It's not available yet. M.
It doesn't work.
Hi, ciao.
Intero schermo? No? Or
It's different from the...
yeah, that one. And share the second screen.
Okay.
Just click on the second screen, yes? Anywhere on
Yes.
yeah.
That's where... Otherwise, we have to use that one. No, perché se vuoi faccio.
Ma condividere lo schermo, passiamo da uno schermo all'altro e con il secondo schermo.
Ho fatto lo schermo.
Buonasera a tutti, facciamo una rapida verifica in italiano di chi sono i partecipanti, visto che è una sessione prevalentemente italiana. Il primo paper è Sergio Bonifazzi, Pietro Bonifazzi, Sergio Copiello e Aurora Peloso. Ci sono, vabbè, Sergio lo vedo. Mi sentite? Mi sentite?
Devo vedere con questo qui.
Spieghiamo aqui. Let's try this one.
Okay.
Professor?
Ciao Edda, ci sei?
Sì, posso chiederle una cosa se è possibile? Io ho la telecamera che non va.
Ho
Quindi
visto
mi
le
sono
cose.
provata a collegare col telefono e condivido con lo schermo. È un problema?
No, assolutamente. Proviamo la modalità più facile che riusciamo a gestire.
Riusciamo a vederti, quindi vediamo che c'è una seconda connessione. Quindi
Sì,
da lì
sono io, doppia.
Perfetto.
Ok, è un piacere vederla comunque.
Anche da parte mia.
Ok, grazie.
A te. Allora, Sergio Copiello non mi sente, giusto? Sergio, ci sei? Mi senti?
USB-C. No, HDMI. Qual é que é? Era outro. Então é USB-C.
Non è un problema loro di microfono a questo punto. Va bene. Del secondo paper, Benedetto Manganelli, Francesco Del Giudice, per Francesco De Paola, Francesco Tajani.
Buon pomeriggio, professoressa. Salve.
Ciao, ti sento ma non ti vedo.
Ok, un attimo solo.
Provavelmente não tem coisa, Jorge. Este é muito antigo, provavelmente não tem. Ou seja, ainda não tem, como é que chama aquilo?
credo sia lui.
Così, questo qui.
Lui se lo
Questo qui tem.
Mi sa che devo fare anche io la stessa cosa.
E poi
Non deve ter
e poi Edda alla fine. Vabbè.
E o áudio sim. Não é HDMI, pode ser. So
No, c'è lo schermo. C'è lo schermo che passa.
L'admin è Domenico Labbate, quindi è italiano. Abbiamo il microfono acceso? Sì. Domenico, che è il nostro assistente, Domenico Labbate, ci sei? Ci senti?
Ci sono, perché qui ci sono problemi perché non hanno messo il computer prima. Allora ho dovuto caricare prima il mio laptop, poi ho messo di nuovo l'Asus, sono venuti dei signori portoghesi ad aiutarci.
Ok, perfetto, vabbè, l'importante è che ci sei tu, poi a questo punto ci dai una mano a risolvere i problemi, perché da qui è un po' più complicato.
No, è uno che
There's no need to
There's
no need.
No, you have to PDF. Yes. Okay.
It's not this one.
No, this one.
This is the folder. It's not.
Vogliamo far parlare di questo?
Yeah,
Non c'è stato.
No, this one. No,
It's not.
it's not working. It's not talking about this. It's in a different.
The presentation is in the folder Excel.
Okay.
So let's.
Face is.
Okay. There is a folder Excel and the first one.
The first one is PDF.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can use.
But there's no need to drag it out. You can open it just like this.
Yeah, but I think Daniel prefers to use the tool.
Daniela prefers.
Yeah. Don't ask me. Okay.
Okay.
I said book.
Okay.
No.
So I think you can move. Yes.
Okay.
For the stars.
Professoressa Cervetta, if you want, you can present Bonifacio.
I some time.
Volete che mettiamo subito sulle opzioni?
Oh, possiamo mettere molte volte.
Just no, it's already checked.
It's already.
Yes.
Yes.
Why are you doing that? You can change the camera here.
So
It's fine. So they can see. I will change the camera. Yeah, just share the camera because this is already shared. Can ask share if he
I already asked her. Maria Cervetta, you can start if you want.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And really welcome to...
Just 1 second.
Okay,
You are seeing the presentation.
you see the presentation.
Do you listen me?
Pietro Bonifaci, you see the presentation.
Yes. We are using econometric and multidimensional evaluation in urban environment. This is a workshop dedicated to social multi-criteria analysis, but also innovative decision-making process that involve different kind of approaches and tools useful to support the elaboration of urban policies and spatial innovative strategies. So we start with the first presentation. The session is coordinated by myself and Simona Panaro. Welcome, and welcome to all, and we start with the first presentation with Pietro Bonifaci. Simona, the floor.
Yes, the title of this presentation is Pricing the Tide, the Effect of MOSE System on the Venetian Residential Market. So just we ask you to start, Pietro. The floor is yours. And we will inform you 2 minutes before you need to stop your presentation. In this way, we can come to eventually question and then start with the next presentation. Thanks to all, and please, Pietro, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I presenting a research carried out with Sergio Copiello of University of Venice and Aurora Peruso of the University of Padua about the effect of the MOSE systems on the Venetian residential real estate market. So a quite of the context in 2019, between the 12th and the 3rd November, high tide reached in Venice highs of 189 centimeters on the average sea level. It was a second high tide since 1872, and over the 90% of the city was flooded. High tides in Venice have ever existed, so the climate change is increasing the frequency and the severity of high tides happens in the Venetian lagoon. And this is a problem because the pavement levels average 1 meter above the average sea level, and all the ground floors are at risk of flooding. The high tide of 2019, nevertheless, the high tide of 2019 in some way accelerates the activation of the MOSE systems, which has a quite long story that begins in 1966 with the catastrophic high tides that reach 194 centimeters on the average sea levels, and then make politicians aware about this problem. So in the 1973, the law 171 was issued. It was the first special law for Venice, and the Venice protection was declared of overriding national interest. So the story of the MOSE system begins officially in the 1981 with the first feasibility study for a mobile barrier system. And after quite a long time, in 2003, the construction of the MOSE system began. The system was activated for the first time on the 3rd October of 2020. From this date, the barriers of the MOSE raised more than 100 times, preventing damage estimated in 2.6 billion euros. The MOSE systems consist of a set of mobile barriers located at the lagoon inlets for isolating the lagoon from the Adriatic Sea when the tide of the sea reaches 110 centimeters above the lot of scientific literature examined the effect of the MOSE on the environmental equilibrium of the lagoon and on the port operativity and activities. Venice as a lagoon port inside the local heritage of the city. Nevertheless, only few research have deepened the effects of the Mose on the real estate market. In particular, research of Rosato Italia in 2017 before the ground floor values in about 8.2%. And another study by Bank of Italy in 2022, considering a period from 2016 to 2021, so just a year after the activation of the Mose, identify a price premium of 3% for all the dwellings and an additional 75% for ground floor dwellings. So the aims of our research is to estimate the effect of the Mose system on ground floor residential property values 5 years after the activation of the Mose, and to explore whether the Mose benefits are being captured by the tourist rental market. Indeed, this second aim came out during the study and was not expected when we designed the research. The methodology we use is a dynamic price model in its semi-logarithmic specification. I think all of you know well this kind of methodology. The semi-log specification allow to read the coefficient as a percentage change in unit property values in this case, and we perform also some statistical tests for homoscedasticity, normality of residuals, and multi-collinearity. The construction of the dataset was performed automatically via a web crawling program by collecting real estate listings from an internet archive. That is the Wayback Machine that provides snapshots of the major Italian real estate portal. In this case, was Immobiliare.it from 2018 to 2025. And extracting information for all the listing collected, and then inferring information from metadata and keyword search in the description text when it was not compiled in the metadata sections, and then eliminating duplication and selecting only ground floor and raised ground floor units. So we start with a data set of 25,000 listings, and then after this operation of eliminating duplicate and selection of ground floor, we have a data set of 370 observations for our regression. We make a further selection by limiting the area of the historical center of Venice, and we select only the northern part of the historical center, so the neighborhood is Sestieri, Canareggio, San Marco, and Castello Sant'Elena. And then so the regression was carried out in a subsample of 240 observations. Considering the variables, initial set of 10 variables was considered. Of course, the dependent variables, that's the property unit price, that was adjusted to 2018 by using the real estate market monitor information, so deflating all the prices to 2018 in order to isolate the effect of the Mose from other real estate market dynamics. Then we select two different dummy variables for the Mose, so the Mose 21 and Mose 22. The first one is a dummy variable with value equal to 1 for all the advertisement published after 2021, from 2021 onward. The 2020 Mose 22 to consider only the advertisement published from 2022. A nominal variable about dwelling conditions, the area of the dwellings, and then we are selecting a set of dummy variables that are related to the features that the dwelling has to be located in the tourist rental market or short-term market, that are the presence or not of the furniture, the fact that the dwellings has the urban planning compliance, the presence of septic tanks, and the selling of the dwelling with a tourist rental license. The last variable is the related to the area of the real estate market monitor of the Italian real estate. We don't have for the observation the precise location of each dwelling, so we use the area of the real estate market monitor as a proxy of the location. As far as the model and the results, we perform an analysis extracting progressively all the variables that are not that was not statistically significant. So the reduced specification includes only 7 variables of the 10 of the initial 10 variables. In this specification, we performed 2 analyses. The first one including the MOSE 21 dummy variable, and the second one including the MOSE 22 dummy variable. Both the model have a R-squared of about 0.5. The first one is 0.48, and the second one 0.51. And if the first model show a price premium related to the MOSE 21 dummy variable of 5%, but this variable has a significant only at 10%. While in the second model, we found a price premium of about 10% with a higher significancy at 1%. The other significant effects that we do not forecast at the beginning of the research was the effect of the 2 variables, in particular regarding urban planning compliance. So the urban planning compliance of the dwelling that is needed to rent the dwelling on the touristic rental market and short-term rental market has a price premium of 30%. About 30% on both models, while the presence of septic tanks that is needed for bed and breakfast as a price premium of 10% in both.
Okay, you are in the conclusion. You have 2 minutes. Thanks.
To draw some conclusion, we can say that the stronger aspect in 2022, if compared to 2021, confirm that the market rate repeated evidence before the MOSE effect on the price can be capitalized. Septic tanks and urban planning compliance drive much of the price premium, so benefit may flow. The benefit of the MOSE system may flow primarily to the tourist rental markets, and this can have some negative effect in accelerating the conversion of ground floor dwellings into tourist accommodation, worsening the well-known problems of the historical center of Venice, like over-tourism, the population, and so on. Thank you very much for the attention. I finished.
Thank you very much, Pietro, for your presentation, and thank you for staying the time. It was very useful. I don't know if there are any questions, comments, things to share.
My question is, if you consider the possibility to
get out from your analysis the macroeconomic effects, because you consider an interval more than 5 years.
So we tried to deflate the prices to 2018 with the OMI, the variation of OMI values each year. We deflated the price with this sort of index, because we say in the ground floor the effect of the Mose is more evident than in the whole real estate market, but it's a sort of index that we don't have sort of ICs variable that consider this kind of dynamics in the real estate market.
Thank you. Thank you to all. If there are no further questions, we can move to the other speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pietro. Please, Francesco Del Giudice, can you share your screen?
Good evening. Yeah, just a moment to share.
In the middle, I will introduce you and your presentation. So, the title of this second presentation is When the Price Exceeds Expectation, an empirical analysis overbidding in the Swedish housing market. So,
yeah, okay. Do you see the presentation?
no, we
Now?
yes.
Okay.
Now you can.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Francesco Paolo Del Giudice, and today I'm going to present our study, When Prices Exceed Expectations, an empirical analysis of overbidding in the Swedish housing market. The work was developed with Professor Benedetto Manganelli, Professor Pierfrancesco De Paola, Francesco Tajani, and Beatrice Manganelli.
Francesco,
Sì?
stop a second, because on the screen there is no, on our screen there is no your slide. Although I've shared it.
Our browser.
No.
Se tu il problema è nostro.
Screen sharing. Ok. Consente condivisione schermo. Ora?
No, non c'è nulla.
Di solito funziona se condividi lo schermo diretto, non le finestre.
Infatti ho condiviso lo schermo, riproviamo un'altra volta.
Magari hai due schermi? Può essere?
No. Aspetta un attimo. Condividi schermo. Ora ditemi se la vedete.
Ma non vediamo nessuno.
Non vediamo niente proprio.
No.
Ora sì, almeno online.
Ora si vede?
Online si vede, non so se lì si veda.
Se in presenza si vede, no. Ok. Il problema è
Prova due schermi.
Che significa due schermi?
Ma ha aperto Google e basta, che l'ho chiuso io. Devi fare condivisione di due schermi e prendere questo qui, che si vede nel computer ma non si vede.
Allora. Ora si vede? No, si
Online sì, non so se in presenza si veda.
Sì, si vede? Ok, perfetto. So, the work was developed with Professor Benedetto Manganelli, Professor Pierfrancesco De Paola, Professor Francesco Tajani, and Beatrice Manganelli. The topic is the overbidding.
si vede, scusami,
No,
un
no,
attimo a Alfonso, non so perché non si vede. No, è tutto tu. Permesso, scusate.
no, no, non c'è alcun problema.
Veramente bravo, ci siamo
Si vede, no?
Un secondo.
Sharing, ma non si vede. Se sul computer non si vede. Ok.
Ok?
Ok.
Perfect. Okay. So, the topic is the overbidding. So in simple terms, so overbidding means that the final selling price of a home or of a property is higher than the asking price. This is common in some housing markets, especially in the Nordic countries. Our main question is very simple. So, which property futures help explain why buyers offer more than the asking price? So, to answer this question, we studied the residential transaction in Falun in Sweden. The presentation is organized in a simple way. First, I will explain what overbidding is and why it matters in housing market. Second, I will present the research gap and the aim of the study. Third, I will describe the study area, the dataset, and the method. And then I will show the results for the two market segments, for the apartments and for the single-family houses. And finally, I will compare the two segments and present the main conclusions. Traditionally, housing markets were seen as search markets. So one seller and one buyer negotiated the price, and the asking price was the starting point of the main negotiation. Today, in many markets, the process is closer to an auction market, where several buyers may compete for the same property at the same time. For this reason, the asking price often has a different role. It is not only a reference price, it may also work as an entry price used to attract buyers and start competition. When competition is more strong, the final price can move above the asking price, and that is what we call overbidding. So overbidding should not be seen only as a strange event, but it can be a normal result of a competitive market. The literature has already studied the overbidding from different points of view. Some studies focus on auction mechanism. They show that open bidding can increase the final price. Other studies focus on buyer behavior, and for example, when there are many bidders or when bidders act in an aggressive way, the final price usually increases. And another important topic is the price strategy. A low asking price can attract many buyers and create stronger competition. However, one aspect is still less explored, the role of the property itself. In other words, we still know less about which housing futures make overbidding stronger, and this study addressed this gap by looking at structural, functional, and locational characteristics of the properties. The empirical analysis focuses on Falun, a medium-sized city in the central Sweden and capital of Dalarna County. Falun is a useful case study because the Swedish housing market is very transparent. Also, the selling process often works like an open auction with buyers competing against each other. The data come from Mnet, the main real estate platform in Sweden. The final sample includes 512 residential transactions from 2023 to 2025. We divided the sample into two groups. The first, 306 apartments, and the second, 206 single-family houses. This division is more important because apartment and houses are different products, so they also attract different buyers and different form of competition. As the map shows, the apartments are mainly located in the urban core, while the single-family houses are more spread out the suburban areas. The method is based on multiple linear regression. We use ordinary least squares. That the aim is to estimate how much each property feature contributes to the overbidding. So the independent variables are divided into three groups. The first group includes structural features such as the size and the age. The second group includes functional features such as the rooms, bathrooms, balcony, garage, and elevator. And the third group includes the location. The logic is close to the hedonic approach. Usually, this approach explains the market value of a property through its features. Here we use the same logic, but the focus is different. So we do not study the total value of the property, but we study the extra premium generated by the competition among the buyers. Now I will briefly explain how overbidding is measured. The dependent variable is overbidding, so it is calculated as the selling price minus the asking price divided the asking price. So it measures the percentage premium paid above the asking price. In this model, we use the logarithmic of 1 plus overbidding, so this helps reduce the effect of very high values and makes the model more stable. The variables are very simple. Age is continuous variable. Rooms, bathroom, and floor level are discrete variables. Balcony, garage, and elevator are dummy variables, so they are equal to 1 when the future is present and 0 when it is not present. And finally, location is measured with an ordinal scale based on the distance from the series center. Let us start with the apartments. The model works well. The R squared is about 0.69, which means that the variable explains almost the 69% of the variation in overbidding. The most important results concern property age. The coefficient is negative and high significant, and this means that older apartments tend to have older overbidding. Newer apartments attract stronger competition, probably because buyers expect better condition and lower maintenance cost. Bathroom also have a positive and significant effect, and this shows that buyers value comfort and functional quality. And the location is also important. Apartments in better areas tend to generate stronger competition and higher overbidding. This slide showed the diagnostic checks for the apartment model. So the histogram of the residuals is close to a normal shape and is centered around the 0. The scatter plot does not show a clear pattern, and this means that the errors are more stable. And the normal plot is also close to the diagonal line. Now we move to the single-family houses that the model performs even slightly better than the apartments model. The R squared is about 0.71, so the variable explains about the 71% of the variation in overbidding. The most important variable is the garden area, so the coefficient is positive and highly significant. This means that houses with larger gardens generate higher overbidding. This result is very clear. So private outdoor space is a strong driver of competition. So buyers do not only pay for more space, they also pay for privacy, comfort, and a more attractive living. As in the apartment model, property age has a negative effect, and rooms and bathroom have also a positive effect because they improve the internal layout and the usability of the house. And internal area has a negative coefficient. A possible explanation is that larger houses are easier to evaluate, so there is less uncertainty and less pressure to the big higher. Again, the histogram is close to the normal distribution with most residuals around 0. The scatter plot does not show a clear pattern or a funnel shape, and this suggests that the variance of the error is constant, and the normal plot is close to the line. So also for the single family houses, the model show an acceptable diagnostic results. The comparison between the two segments is one of the main contributions of this study. Apartments show an average overbidding of 13.8%, and single-family houses show an higher average overbidding of 70.2%. This means that competition is stronger in the single-family housing segment, but the two markets are not driven by the same factors. Let me conclude with the main findings. First, overbidding is not just an anomaly, it is a structural feature of competitive housing market. Second, observable property features help explain the size of overbidding. However, their effect changes from one market segment to another. In the apartment segment, competition is mainly related to newer buildings, better functional quality, and better location. And in the single-family housing segment, competition is mainly driven by private outdoor space, especially the garden area. The results also show that single-family houses have a higher average premium, 17.2%, compared with 13.8% for the apartments. From a practical point of view, these findings can help appraisers, analysts, and real estate professionals better understand how asking price become final selling price in competitive markets. Future research could include pricing strategies or buyer behavior and demand side variables, and it could also test the same approach in other cities or in other countries. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Francesco. Thank you very much also to the administrative staff, technical staff there. It's very challenging to manage this double-site conference. So, any question or comment, things to share with Francesco and with us? No? Okay. Thanks again.
Yes, no, thank you very much.
And we can the next. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
The next presentation, the next speaker is Sergio Copiello, sorry. The title of the presentation is The Fire Exchange, Public-Private Engagement for Zoning Variances in the Local Town Planning. Please, Sergio, you share your screen so we can also check if anything works.
Just a second.
Yes. Hi. Are you here, Sergio? Any technical problem, issue?
Sharing, I'm ready to share.
Okay. Okay. Online, we can see your presentation. Online.
Okay. Good afternoon. It's okay. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes, you can. Perfect.
Okay. The research I'm going to present now is about public-private partnership, let's say public-private agreements in urban planning, and specifically when zoning variance is involved. In particular, we want to focus on a possible issue with these public-private agreements for zoning variances, and the issue is the fact that the exchange, let's call it so, between the public body and the private partner may be unbalanced, so maybe not so fair as it should be. Here you can see an overview of this presentation. First of all, a bit of background and context about the Italian planning system. I mean, not the whole Italian planning system, we know it. The focus is particularly on the land value recapture mechanism that has been introduced over the last 10 years or so. Then I will go on with the research questions, the method and the model, and then I'm going to discuss the results we got on a specific case study, and then I will jump to the conclusion. So here is a bit of background about the Italian planning system. We know it's typically a hierarchical system, so we have top tier plans, middle tier plan, which must conform to the top tier plan, and finally local urban plan, and to the upper tier plans and urban tools. The main focus of our study is on the mandatory so the area you see down on the left was meant to be developed for residential purposes, while the area you see on the upper on the right was meant to be developed mainly for commercial purposes, but with a specific stress on offices. The owner of both areas proposed a planning variance according to which the first area, the one down on the left, will be no more developed, will remain a green area, will become part of a larger urban park, and it will be also the sending site, so the development rights will take off from this area down on the left and will land on the area on the upper right corner. And while flying, the developer rights will also change about the intended uses. So, yes, another one. You will see here that there will be, after the transfer of the development right, a change, a significant change in the intended uses. So no more offices, which was the main use before of the agreement, a larger retail area, and a bit of dwellings, both to be sold on the private market and to be used by students as student housing, as student accommodation. So we estimate all the data or the variable we need. Here you see a summary of the data sources spanning from the construction industry cost books to the real estate market monitor of the Italian Revenue Agency, and all of the other variables we consider. Here is what we got. We found that the land value, the combined development value before the agreement was roughly 3.5 million euros, but mostly given by the first area, the one that is going to become the sanding site. You see the so-called Bassus also area was presenting a development value of 3 million euros, while the receiving site, the former Risalto area, was presenting before the agreement a development value of just €500,000 euros. That's because while there is a strong demand for dwellings, so for residential construction, instead in the involved areas there is essentially a very weak demand for offices. And that's the reason why we see that before the agreement, there is this kind of really low development value for the second area. But the proposed planning variance is going to change things a lot, because we have the first area is going to remain green, is going to be transferred for free to the local public planning authority, while the change in the intended use for the receiving site make its development value to rise from €500,000 to more than 6.6 million euros. So there is essentially a 3.1 added value that is directly related to the planning variance and the public-private agreement. It means that we should expect a community benefit of roughly 1.6 million euros, at least half of the added value. Instead, in the signed public-private agreement, we can find that the community benefit is just of around 300,000 euros. So just 18%, less than 20% than what it should be. And why is that? 0.3 million euro is just the money benefit. They go up to roughly 1.5 million euros by counting also additional non-monetary benefit, like the fact that the private developer is willing to forfeit a part of the development right. So the fact that there will be a containment of urban density and population density. So there are in the agreement, there are in the appendixes, in the annexes of the agreement, there are a lot of non-monetary benefit, which some kind of value is given in order to justify the appropriateness of the exchange. But to us, this is a bit of an issue, because if we stick to the letter of the law, which asks for the community benefit to be paid in monetary terms, we essentially have here an agreement which is legally non-compliant. Okay, and we see also that the justification used in the agreement are kind of at odds with other policy goals as expressed by the local public planning authority, so the municipality of Padua. For instance, they are giving a value to getting a lower urban density, while one of the main goals of the municipality is to put a limit on land take, so soil consumption. These are inconsistent goals. There are some issue about the evaluation of these non-financial benefits, how a value is attached to this benefit, that is not explained, or at least not explained clearly in the agreement. So we can find that there are 400,000 euros for limiting urban density, but why? Is that the methodology used, that may be used, is never explained. There is no showing of the calculation they may have made to get to that result. And finally, we believe there may be also a kind of information asymmetry issue, because maybe that internally the municipality essentially lacks the technical ability, technical skills that are required in order to fully identify the actual increase in land value. So the actual amount of the added value due to the agreement and the planning values. And these are essentially the key issue we hope to deepen in future research, considering additional case studies similar to this one. So here you see again the conclusion, and in particular the fact that we would like to go on with further developments in order to test essentially what are our hypotheses about the key issue we found in this study. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Sergio, for your very interesting presentation. I think, Maria, you have a comment?
Yeah, I have an observation, because I think that it's particularly interesting, the evolution of the process that you described, especially considering the result related to the fairness gap. That could be particularly interesting to explore in order to understand how it could be able to influence the agreement and also to identify opportunity to build some agreement, also considering the different interests.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a key topic for us. The fairness, the actual fairness of not only public-private agreement in urban planning, but in general in all public-private partnership transaction is a highly debated topic. It is. It has been debated over the last 2 decades at least, and we are still discussing about it. So it means we are still far from finding an actual solution to this issue. And from my experience, it is possible that unbalance, this unfairness is what is also limiting the possibility of PPP in several fields.
Thank you. Really, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if there are some other issues, some other questions for the other participant we didn't ask. No? Okay. Okay.
So we can move to the next presentation. Ida Zelbi, I know she should present. Ida, are you here? Or?
Yes.
Okay, please can you share your screen?
Yes, just a moment.
Okay, you are in person, perfect. So we wait your time. Yes, in the middle, just I present, I read the title of your presentation. So the title is the Economic Feasibility of Vacant Public Housing Reuse, a Financial Valuation Model for Socially Sustainable Regeneration in Historic Urban Context. So when you are ready, the floor is yours.
We are ready to share the presentation.
Perfect.
Can you see the presentation in full screen mode?
Yes, we can see. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am presenting a study carried out together with Pietro Bonifaci, Caro Grillanzoni, and Sergio Cupiello. And the central question is, can we renovate vacant public housing in Venice, rent it at affordable prices, and make the model financially self-sustaining? Okay. To understand why this matters, we need to look at Venice demographic history. After the Second World War, industry moved to the mainland and the residents followed, also because houses were modern, cheaper, and car accessible. So between the 1950s and 1970s, the historic center lost up to 5.68% of its population every year. This was made worse by tourism. Short-term rentals replaced residential apartments, and rent and property values rose quickly. Ordinary residents could no longer afford to stay, so the result is a paradox. Some people still want to live in Venice, but cannot find affordable housing, and yet a percentage of 70.3% of Venice buildings are currently vacant. This paradox is the earth of our research problem. Our objective was to develop a model that brings vacant public housing back into use at affordable rents without requiring continuous public funding. The model was built on a partnership between ATER, the local housing public agency, and the University of Venice. ATER owns the properties and the UAV provides the tenants. ATER currently can offer 169 vacant dwellings in Venice Historic Center. They are spread across 54 buildings, all constructed between 1901 and 1934. For this study, we selected a sample of 49 units, range from 32 to 180 square meters, with an average of 54. The methodology has two parallel tracks. On the cost side, we combine a direct field survey with a statistical model. On the revenue side, we cross-reference the open market data from the Italian Revenue Agency with ATER's own subsidized tenancy agreements. Both tracks feed into the financial model that tests project viability. The 49 units were selected using three ranking criteria. So the number of years since last housing allocation, the number of years since last release date, and the duration of occupation in month, which correlates with wear here. The logic is financial because if we start with less maintained units, they cost less to renovate. They enter in the rental market first, and their income can help finance the more complex renovation that follow. So the model can feed itself. The cost analysis has two phases, and this is central to our methodology. In phase one, we physically inspected the 20 units using a deterioration survey sheet based on the French méthode d'estimation rapide. In this sheet, for each building element, an inspector assigns a score from 1 to 4, depending on their maintenance status, and each score maps to a renovation cost per square meter. The sum of these gives the total cost for that unit. This gave us accurate estimates for 20 units, but we need to cover all the 49. So that is what we have done in phase 2. These photographs show the three condition categories. On the left, excellent condition, so only finishing works are needed. On the center, average condition, and on the right, poor condition, typical of units with a history of unlawful occupation. The visual evidence already suggests what the regression model we confirm on phase 2. When we extended the cost model we tested several variables, floor area, floor level, and time-based indicators, but only one variable explained almost everything, and it was unlawful occupation. It divides the sample into groups with completely different cost behavior, cost low and stable, between 30 and 150 euros per square meter. So we applied a median of 62.99 euros per square meter. Instead, as is with unlawful occupation, the costs there rises from with time since last allocation. So it follows the formula you can see in the slide, and costs in this case can reach up to 1,200 euros per square meter. The R squared is 0.5 that we consider acceptable because of the size of the sample. These two groups structure is the foundation of our cost model. On the revenue side, we deducted 70.17% from gross rent. This covers administration, vacancy risk, maintenance, amortization, insurance, and taxation. For financing, others contributes with 10.5% as equity. The remaining 89.5% comes from a mortgage loan from the Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, Italy National Promotional Institution, at a rate of 3.39%. The 14 units are divided into 5 groups, groups 1 and 2. The best maintained units enter the market first, and groups 3 to 5 follow, financed partially by income already coming in from earlier groups. The financial plan is evaluated at 3 levels. First, the net present value, discounted at a weighted average cost of capital of 3.6%. The second was the annual debt service cover ratio, above 1.35 throughout the project. And third, feasibility for each partner. Other needs a target yield of 5.39%, and UAV need affordable housing for its staff. The semi-annual installments is calculated with a standard French annuity formula. Rental income from earlier groups cover the debt for later groups, so no further public money is needed. This diagram shows the complete cash flow. At the top, the users who pay a rental fee that services the mortgage. In the middle, Ater and UAV, who jointly invest in the renovation. At the bottom right, the lenders who provide the money. The key element is that the rent is deducted directly from public sector salaries, and this almost eliminates the risk of non-payment, which is the main weakness of standard public housing models. The results confirm financial viability at all 3 levels, even in adverse scenarios. But the most important result is social, because the model allows rents to be set at 28.5% above, below average market rates. So approximately at 88.5 euros per square meter per month. This is close to the Italian social housing standards. That means that in a city where tourism has made housing unaffordable for normal workers, this means that people who work in Venice can actually afford to live there. To conclude, this model is financially self-sustaining and socially effective. NPV is strongly positive, but the STR holds above the minimum, and the partner interests are both satisfied. The model is scalable to all the 169 other properties in Venice, and with adaptation replicable in other historic contexts facing similar pressures. 2 areas deserve further works. Energy efficiency, which adds upfront cost but generates long-term savings, and accessibility for elderly people and disabled users. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ida, for your presentation. I don't know if there are any questions or comments, things to share with you.
I have one observation,
okay.
if possible. I think that the process is particularly interesting, especially because it's able to work on public housing. So with the idea that the process of regeneration of this relevant asset could be improved, also considering the need to identify a sort of sustainable model that include economic dimension, but also social and environmental. According to your perspective, what could be relevant to include in order to implement the process. So consider that your approach could be operative for the public policy of Venice, for example.
If I understand right, so I think that it could be improved to extend the number of houses that we consider. We start with sample, a little sample of 49 properties that cannot change the situation in Venice, obviously. So maybe on the number of buildings and also of the type of users that we can join for the project, I think. So this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ida. Other question? Or... So we can move to the last presentation. Edda Donati is here, and the presentation.
Yes, with double screen, as I told you before, because of some technical problems. I'm so sorry for that. But let me check if you can see my presentation. Just can you see it? Maybe.
Yes, online is we
Even
can see your presentation.
Okay, even in presence, it's okay?
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
we can see it.
Okay.
So I could give you the floor, Edda. Your presentation, I just read the title and then the floor is yours. Unveiling human float governance, interlinkages from forensic investigation. So, thank you.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. For us, it's a great occasion. Just let me explain a little bit who I am and why I am, just to present with Fernando Nardi this presentation. I'm Edda Donati. I'm postdoc at University Tor Vergata. And this kind of research came from another research, because this research was conducted within the Climate Risk Policy Nexus project that is funded through the Return Extended Partnership that is financed by European Union Next Generation EU. As you said here, as you can see there is about floods. So let's step back in about the context and the motivation that bring us to study this kind of amazing, topic. And if you go and search in literature review, we can find a very distinct kind of studies regarding the floods. Especially, there are some studies who remarked how floods are elements, are phenomena that are connected to the physical aspects, of course, but at the same time there are other studies that said that also floods, especially the consequences that came from floods, are more related to institutional arrangements and condition of unpreparedness. So we can see that it's not purely a natural phenomenon, but there is also a human thing inside of it. And if we go from that point of view, we can see that there are some multi-level governance works very close to the floods and how, and especially as we said before, the causes that floods brings, and responsibility distributed across local, regional, and natural authorities generates, as we said before, coordination challenges, overlaps, and scheme mismatches. And also, this is strongly connected to the human factor, of course, because this incapacity to face the problem is connected to risk misjudgment, delayed decision-making, and preventive omission. All of this is analyzed in the literature review in a more sectoral way. So there isn't like a connection, a linkage between these three elements that I told you before. And we're finding out that judicial decision can be considered as this linkage because they reconstruct events ex post they are able to reconstruct events also from natural point of view, governance point of view, and also human points of view. And this brings us to the research question of the research. So is flood damage more structurally linked to scale of governance, or there is a more pattern and cognitive organization failures that drives these kind of things? And we, in order to find out a question that for us was enough, okay, we decided to analyze 9 judicial rulings that are about the floods events, and we decided to use 2 different kind of methods. You can see here there is a multiple correspondence analysis plus hierarchical clustering on principal components. So the first analysis is able to give us an idea about the data set and how variables works together, so we can consider it as an explanatory tools. But at the same time, as we all know, correspondence analysis is not able to give us the causality of variables. So is able to give us, okay, some variables are related to others, but there is not a straight connection, as we all know. So for doing this step, this other step, we decided to also to analyze through the hierarchical clustering on principal components, which principal components came from the multiple correspondence analysis. And the main goal, as you said, as we said, and as we wrote, is about informed policy. So provide a robust framework for target disaster risk reduction strategies in flood-prone religions. But let's go about the case study selection. As you can find here, and as you can see in the slides, there are different kinds of hazard type, because there is floods, that is a general one. But we have, after that, we have riverine floods, for example, multi-hazard cascadings or urban floods. And the years that we consider in the case studies go from 1994 until 2030. And as you can see on the right part of the slides, there are different kind of hazard type, different years. So the time lapse is quite high. And also at the same time, different kind of location, because we have some case studies in the north, in the south, and in the center of Italy. About the variable coding, also here there was a little bit on this of work about which kind of variables could be the best one to answer to the research question. As you can see there are 3 main domains that are causes, effects, and governance scale. Governance scale is about the aim of the research, right? So we have the local scale and the regional scale. But after that, we have the causes and the effects. The causes, we have a psychological causes. So it's about risk misjudgment and flawless decision making, who brings floods become bigger and more destroyed than it could be with a good governance, or for example, the attitude causes that are more preventive failures or implemental errors. Rest, that is about the residual cases, is almost related to the physical aspect of the floods, because it's connected to exceptional rainfalls and inclement weather. While for the effects, we have only the human losses, because in the judicial rulings that we analyze, that is, I forgot to say before, it's the Court of Cassation. It is the highest level of the Italian law. And we have considered always only human losses, because in judicial rulings, it's the only elements that is always present. For example, economic problems or something like that, there isn't always so clear in the case studies that we analyzed. So we decided just to consider the human losses. After that, we move into the method. As we said before, we decided to use 2 different kind of methods, MCA and hierarchical clustering on principal components. I don't want to lose so much time about some technical aspects, but as we said before, as we decided, and as I said you before, we decided to use this kind of analysis as an exploratory tools at the beginning, and after that we move to another kind of analysis for finding out the causes and the main elements that brings together the variables, and that is justified, of course, and not only from visual part. Because why I said you visual part, because these are the results of MCA. As you can see here, MCA is made of this kind of graphs where you can understand that variables which are closest are more related than variables that are far away. But if there are two dimensions, the first one and the second one, and the first dimension explains 70.3% of the total inertia. So this is the main dimension who explain the data set. And as you can see there is the red part and the blue part. And in both of them, for example, psychological and attitude elements are the main important things and are the main variables who explain the data set. While, for example, local and regional are quite interesting, but they are in the second dimension. So this means that are quite interesting, quite important for describing the data set, but at the same time, they are not the first one to explain it, like, for example, attitude variables or psychological variables. So as is written there, it shows a limited contribution to the main dimension and appear only as a secondary factor. But just move, for example, on ICCSA results. And as you can see in the figure 3, the dendrogram from cluster analysis, we can see a clear jump in the aggregation distance in the last fusion. So this is the reason why, for example, the research showed that the best number of clusters that describe the dataset is 2. And in the figure 5, we have the spatial distribution of the two clusters in the factor plane. So we go through the variable aggregation. We finding out, okay, there are two clusters. Let's check if these two clusters there is also a causal relationship and not only an aggregation one. And yeah, of course, there is, because there is figure 3 and also figure 4, and that is 5, sorry. And after that, there is the description of the two clusters. As you can see here, there is quite the differences between the two ones, because the first cluster is about the failure-driven profile, cognitive failures, preventive omission, human losses, of course, and higher vulnerability. But what I want to just to focus, because unfortunately we don't have so much time as I want, is about the governance. So here we can see that the two cluster, however, have a different kind of governance, because the cluster 1 is characterized by a regional governance, while the cluster 2 from a local one. But for understanding if the variable of scale was one of the main variables that determined the two clusters, we decided to do the Fisher exact test. As you can see there, is statistically significant, and so we can say that in the first part, okay, scale is not the main variable that describe the floods, okay, in this case studies, but at the same time is always important, maybe in the second part, not in the first one. And let's go out about the discussion. We have already discussed a little bit the results before this slide, but let's go on. So we're finding out three main elements, like failures are the dominant axis. MCA reveals, I showed you before, that the main distinction in most cases is not about the scale, but it's about the presence of human, organizational, and institutional failures. And also that the flawless decision-making, delayed action, insufficient preventive measure emerge as recurring condition, of course. But at the same time, the results suggest that disaster materialize when natural hazes interact with governance weakness. Of course, the results in the literature, these kind of things. But we can do a step back and a step forward, sorry, and finding out that governance scale does not appear as the primary discriminant decision, but therefore acts as a contextual factor that shape how failures emerge, accumulates, and propagate through institutional works. And the third element that we're finding out is that effective mechanism protect lives. So we can say that floods are for several physical elements, but at the same time, the effects that floods brought are more related to the governance scale and also from human factors and governance scale. This is quite very important for us to remark these points. And that resilience is not solely determined by physical exposure, but also by the effectiveness of governance and preparedness mechanism. There are some limitations, of course, as every study that we present and someone presents, we are conscious that there is a limited number of judicial cases because there are almost 9. But for us, it's quite hard to grab these cases because there is a not free platform that is called One Legale. So we had to work a little bit for having these cases. And also we thought and we are aware that the coding process reflects the perspective embedded in legal documents. So it can be considered all the time general. Okay, there is some human aspects on it. And also that the governance scale was operationalized as a simple variables. So sometimes maybe it not fully capture the complexity of multi-level governance arrangements. So this brings us to the future developments and of course to the conclusion. So behavioral and decision-making failures, as we said before, are structurally essential. Governance is not dominant, but it's a variable that is important in the second part, of course. We have shown it in the Fisher analysis. Scale acts as a second variable. And the future research, for what we said before, are very clear for us, are finding out and whether the data set with larger sample, maybe try to cross-country analysis, enrich our institutional vulnerability variables and try to make it more general as possible. And also there is a will to be a qualitative process tracing. Let me, before the last slide, let me thank Professor Nardi for helping me with this research and for believing in this research. And for us, it's been a pleasure to have the chance to show you this research. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Edda, to put on the table another topic, no? In this very interesting session. I don't know if there are any questions from people that are in person or online. So just a curiosity, because you started your presentation talking about the current state of art, no? The problem that there are very sectoral study.
Yes.
And so my question is, looking at the end, so the conclusion and the results of your research, what kind of recommendation you find in your approach that basically is quite different, no, from the literature or that come from your perspective, not to include more than one file in your research?
As I told you before, I had the chance of working with Professor Nardi, that is an hydrologist. So my background is from architecture, so the evaluation of the project, that kind of things. And so most of the time I'm awareness that I see the different kind of analysis from my perspective, my points of view. But of course, when you go and to consider many different and very complicated problems like floods or like other kinds of elements that are strongly related to the urbanism, you can be so sectorial. So this is what we are looking for. We are just trying to merge things together to spread, you know, the point of view and to finding out also at the same time that one problem can be solved from different points of view. And if you have just one point of view, it's not the most correct one. So every single time that you are able to work with someone who is not about your sector, enrich yourself and enrich the research. So it's what we are looking for. And I think it's what each research should do, of course. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you,
Oh,
Ed.
thank you. It was a pleasure. And I'm so sorry for not being there in person, but it will be another occasion for sure. And thank you for your brilliant conduction of the presentation, etc. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Edda. Really, thank you. And also thank you to all the participants. I think that we are almost in time.
In time, yes, finally, we are in time. So
Finally.
great.
Really, thank you also to our assistant in presence and also to other participants to the conference. And we hope to meet all of you in the next future in presence. Really, thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, good afternoon.
Stato il mio.
Appunto, solo il mio.
Ah, non senti noi?
Lui ha detto non sentiva niente.
Ok, no.
Perché non parlavamo. Ah, ora sì, ha detto, ora sì.
Ora sì.
Calma, ma qua dentro ci sarà
Dovete condividere voi lo schermo, eh?
Ma se siamo solo questi, io se devo dire qualcosa lo diciamo al microfono lì, insomma, no?
Sì, dopo. Se no, dopo.
Vedi qua. Non penso, non credo sia importante. Non c'è il video telefono, non c'è un telefono.
Ma qui siamo di campo,
Vabbè, meglio così.
perché sempre i famosi portoghesi non sono riusciti a accendere neanche la televisione. L'ho chiesto pure.
Ma come stiamo proprio...
Ah, guida. Meno peggio di quanto pensassi invece.
So, if you hear me... Ok, facciamo, sì, sono... Okay, good evening to everyone. Welcome to the NAMLIS workshop. I am Valeria Mela from the University of Naples Federico II. I'm very happy to be here together with Professor Livia Marcellino from the University of Naples Partenope. Thank you all for being here and for joining this workshop. I want to stress that each presentation will have 15 minutes for the talk and plus 5 minutes for possible questions. Let us start with the first talk. The first talk that is presented by Pasquale De Luca from the University of Naples Federico II. Pasquale, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. One moment that I should share my screen. Do you hear me?
Yes.
We hear.
Ok. Condivisione schermo. Ok.
We don't see. Okay.
Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. Please.
Okay, one moment. Okay, can I start? Do you see the screen?
Please start.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Pasquale De Luca, and thanks for the organizers. I'm shooting the organizer. The title of this work is Intrinsic and Post-hoc Interpretability of Gaussian-based Kolmogorov-Arnold Networks. This work is joined with other professor, Dinardo Garzia, Marcellino, and Ciaramella from same university. Okay, let me start directly. Why the interpretability in a machine learning model? In high-state settings, a wrong prediction is not a mere misclassification. In fact, it is a real downstream cost that someone has to play. In those settings, being able to audit why the model decided the weights about as much as accuracy. The trouble is that different neural networks taking non-linearity or non-linearity directed are hard to inspect directly, and the community has taken two routes. The first one is the post-hoc, and they keep the black box and the build tools around it and prove its behavior. For example, the algorithm has a shape and rhyme. The second is intrinsic, by rethinking the architecture so it is readable from the outset, and this is such as the Cynthia-Radin position. And can belong, Kolmogorov-Arnold networks belong to the second tradition. So we go to present directly from Kolmogorov-Arnold to an architecture, and here the theoretical justification comes from Kolmogorov-Arnold network Arnold representation theorem, in which any continuous function of d variables can be written as a sum of function of a single variables, as in the formula, as we can see in the slide. And every phi function and every capital Phi is a scalar to scalar map directly. The difference from a classical perceptron is a sharp. In a multilayer perceptron, the nonlinearity sits on the nodes and the edges are linear. In a Kolmogorov-Arnold network, the roles are swapped. The learnable nonlinear function sits on the edge, and the node is the plane summation directly. The key point for us is this. Each learned function takes a number and returns one number, so it can be drawn. And a drawable object can, unlike an opaque tensor, can be expected. So in other ways, try to explain what is the work of the neural network. And here we propose the original Kolmogorov-Arnold function network used the B-spline function. Here we use the recent variant with the shared Gaussian radial basis function, in which each layer owns a small pool of k Gaussian kernels, and all edges of the layer draw from the same kernels directly. And the function on each edge is a linear combination of these Gaussian functions. The per edge variation lies entirely in the coefficient C directly. And we have two consequences. For stability, the widths are clamped so they cannot collapse to zero. Otherwise, the exponent blows up. For parameter economy, we introduce the sharing, that the sharing cuts the cost from order of 3k way, as we can see in the box on the slide, 3k product with a k and v, down to k view plus two times LAK. We can see how we have a no loss in Sobolev convergence order and keeping the C infinity smoothness directly. And this is very important in physics informed problems. After we have two interpretable quantities fallouts of this free structure. The first one is a coefficient-based feature importance, the mean absolute value, such as of first layer coefficient per feature. It tells to us how loudly a feature is written into the Schnitzel representation. The second one is activation visualization that draws the edge on function is not a proxy for the object. It is the train object. To avoid drawing 1,000, we rank edge by the norm of their coefficient and we keep to the top few. And here is a small theoretical guarantee. The proposition that we can see on the slide is supremum on an edge activation is bounded by its norm up to a factor of square root of k, principally. So ranking by norm is not arbitrary because it keeps the edge and that have the most room to matter, mainly. After we propose a 4-level pipeline in which we put into a 4-level pipeline all the work from the most structure to the least. In the first level, we have intrinsic coefficient importance, which reads the encoding stage. In the second one, we have the global kernel shape, which reads the marginal effect at the output. At the third level, we have Lime that's local on a single point. And then the last level, the activation plots and it maps and it makes sense only on a Kolmogorov network. The design principle is simple. No explainer is trusted on its own. We run for 4 structurally different tools on same model, and we look at where the convergence that we have them mainly. As experimental set up as a test, we use a California housing, about 20,000 rows, 8 interpretable numerical features, median income, latitude, age of house in stock, and we can use the target is a median house value mainly. We pick this data set precisely because the features are unstable to human reader directly. And the model is the equipped model is a radial-based function with the Kolmogorov-Arnold network, and we can see the slide, with the 3 hidden layers, 5 kernel per layer, and trained with the 50 epochs by using LBFGS. The results is the result that we can see the test mean squared error around 0.47 in standardized units with about 1,070 parameters. The curves that we can see are jagged, but that this is a property of LBGFS line search. This is not stability. Train and test move together, and it is no overfitting. After we can talk about the 4 rankings. This table is the heart of the work because the 4 importance ranking side by side. The interesting finding is twofold. On the endpoints, they all agree: median, income, and latitude, and the top, population, and the bottom. But in the middle, they shuffle, and this disagreement is informative, and it is not a noise. The reason is intrinsic importance measures the encoding strain in the first layer. Sharp measures end-to-end marginal left after all the 3 layers. The geographic coordinates enter with a modest weight in the first layer, but the composition of the layer amplifies them. Conversely, income enters strong, but a part of its weights ends up in interaction mainly. In short, each view is a different object that difference are signature of multilayer interaction directly. Here, the same information we can see in the picture. On the left, we have intrinsic coefficient importance. On the right, the global sharp. Both put income latitude and latitude in the top tier, where the split is in the ordering of 2 geographic variables, latitude and longitude. By going again, next slide, the sharp, here we see sharp also as a sign which the bar plots throw away. The B swarm on the left brings it back, and high latitude values, such as in Northern California, pull the prediction down. High incoming values push it up. The dependence plot on the right shows the shape of that pool for latitude, smooth, nearly linear of the observed range. So the network has not linear data threshold or a partition, but the continuous geographic gradient. This is exactly what one expects from California prices, such as a model whose explanation violates domain common sense. In a model, you should hesitate to deploy. After we directly analyze Lime, at a local level, Lime confirms the picture on a point at a time. Average occupancy and two geographic coordinates dominate at a low prediction point, the media one and the high one alike. The elegant detail that we can see is income flip sign, because the negative in the low case is positive in the high one. That is what we expect from a feature that drives the outcome monotonically, and it is consistent with monotonicity of sharp peaked at globally. We can see directly here. Here we have a 4 level where the Kolmogorov node network architecture really pay off. In fact, we draw the top 4 edges per layer as a genuine univariate curves. Dashed are the individual weighted Gaussian, solid is the sum, and this is the actual activation. In the first layer, latitude is a clean peak as a threshold effect. And the deeper rows are multimodal because that is a composition at work. But every depth it remains a sum of univariate transforms, as the Kolmogorov decomposition holds through the entire network. Not specialization. In these heat maps, we complete the picture. In the first layer, not 0 carries the large coefficient of income and the latitude. Not 2 carries those of occupancy and the rooms. Different nodes serve as different features, and it is possible precisely because the kernels are shared in this kind of architecture. And the coefficient patterns tell us which member of the pools each feature calls on directly. We close the presentation. In conclusion, let me close directly for windows on the same model and non-redundant. Coefficients such as shape as a coefficient and sharp and lame activation plots. When they agree, the attribution is on solid ground, and when they disagree, the disagreement is informative and reveals multi-layer structure and non-single good catch. What sets is apart from standard explainable intelligence, artificial intelligence, on a black box in the last window. The Kolmogorov networks preserves the functional forms. And this is the routine argument realized in the first slide. As a future work, we scale the plots to hide the dimension using a normal bound as a pruning criterion. Particularly, we try to take the analysis back to a physics informed setting and comparing the activation function with the differential operator to the network should be approximate. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any question. I see very close here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pasquale.
Okay.
Is there any question? Okay. I have a question for you. So maybe do you see any potential application of this framework in large-scale HPC simulations?
I know this is. Thank you
For
for the
example,
question. In fact, thank you very much for the question, because this is a very problem to address, because this kind of network consume very large number of CPU hour, but we are trying to mapping on GPUs, because this kind of the non-linearity in this kind of architecture is very difficult to treat, but is in the program for next work. It's in the outlooks mainly. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. For me, it's okay. Okay. Thank you, Pasquale. Thank you very much for your.
Again.
Thank you.
Okay. Perfect.
So now the next one is I don't remember the second one.
Mariangela
Hello. Gardone is next one. I don't see her.
Okay. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you perfectly. So, good evening, Mariangela. Please.
Okay.
You can.
Okay. Can you? I shared my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see it very good.
Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Presentation. Okay, fine. Okay, so so good afternoon, and I wish to thank the organizers for inviting me to give this talk and to share this research, which started from the master's degree thesis of Gerardo Di Pascale from University of Salerno. And we proposed a GPU implementation of the DCT algorithm for the image compression. This is the outline of my presentation. After an introduction to the problem, I will describe the main steps which are necessary for the compression of images following the JPEG standard. And then I will give in some detail which are the main ingredients of our parallel algorithm. And then I will illustrate the numerical results that we obtained with respect to accuracy and the computational time. And finally, some conclusions. So, what is compression? Compression, it is the storage of an image by using a reduced number of bytes. And this is useful not only to reduce the space for the storage of images, but also when we have to elaborate images or to transfer images, and to, for example, also for instant messages, but also for other applications. In this case, we considered one image. Of course, at first glance, we don't see any difference. Of course, if we concentrate on some details, we can distinguish some differences between them. And one of the main standard for the compression of images is the JPEG, which dates back to 1992 as the first standard. And there are several modes of this standard, and I will just briefly describe the baseline JPEG standard. Here, in this scheme, we see all the phases of the compression and the compression of images through JPEG procedure. And I will describe in some detail each phase. So in the first phase, the image is divided into 8 by 8 blocks. And quite soon, I will explain why the reason for this size. And then there is a phase where each pixel is shifted. That means that each pixel is subtracted by 128. And then we compute the DCT, which is the discrete cosine transform of each block. And up to this phase, no reduction of the dimension is done, but and the phase of the compression of images takes place after the quantization step is made. The quantization is the division of each element by a certain number, which produces a certain number of zeros, which can be discarded. But I will now explain with some detail each phase. So first of all, why we considered 8 by 8 blocks. Since if we divide the image in large blocks, we gain accuracy. But if we divide the image in smaller blocks, we obtain faster results. And the size 8 by 8 guarantees the maximum accuracy of cosine transform while keeping the dimension low, as it can be seen from the plots of the root mean square error on the left. And then let's come to the phases of the DCT compression. So we start from a block of the image. In this case, we are considering black and white images, but this procedure can be extended also to color images. So we take a block 8 by 8 and we subtract from each pixel 128. We obtain a second matrix P, And then we compute the discrete cosine transform on matrix P. That is, we compute this, we use this discrete transform, and the matrix C, it is called the matrix of coefficients. And what is interesting of this matrix is the fact that the components with a smaller value of I and j corresponds to the lowest frequency data, which are the more sensitive for human eye, and they are put on the left top corner of this matrix. So the most important value is the value at position 0, 0. It is called the DC, while the other values are less important as soon as we move from the left top to the right bottom corner. So we would like to discard these the elements of the coefficients which corresponds to the highest frequency, and this process is made automatically by this quantization process. That is, we divide each element of the matrix C by matrix Q, which is a fixed matrix properly chosen, and we round the result to the nearest integer, so that we obtain a matrix like this, where in the right bottom corner we obtain all zeros, and here it is contained. It contains the less relevant information which can be neglected. More in particular, we start from the left top corner where is the most important information, and then we go up and down to this diagonal following these arrows, and until we reach all zeros elements which can be discarded. In this case, for example, if we consider this matrix, we start from -26, and then we store all the diagonals up to this diagonal, the last diagonal 0, 0, 0, -1, -1, 0, 0, which contains some non-zero elements, and then we discard all the other diagonals. And so, and this is the compression algorithm. Then we use a sort of inverse procedure to reconstruct the image. And so, in the computation, the computational kernel is made of the computation of the discrete cosine transform. To reduce the computation of the discrete cosine transform, which is this transformation, we in the literature many procedures to reduce this phase are proposed. In particular, this transformation is reduced to a matrix multiplication by matrix T, matrix P, and matrix T transpose, and matrix T is an orthogonal and sparse matrix, which gives an approximation of this DCT formula. And then what we do to reduce the computational time on a GPU implementation, we have to consider two main features of the GPU architecture. On one side, we have to consider that the computational units, which are the CUDA core, are organized in streaming multiprocessors. And this is from a physical structure of the architecture. But in a logical organization of the threads, which are the thread correspond to a CUDA core, are organized in blocks and in grid. We organized the blocks and the grid in such a way to maximize the occupancy of the streaming multiprocessor. That is, we made work as many cores as possible. And another ingredient of our implementation is the fact that we used in a proper way the memories. Since a GPU has many memories with a different velocity of access. For example, quite important memory to be used is the shared memory. The shared memory is a memory which is shared among the threads of each block, and it should be used instead of, for example, to the global memory, which is big but it is very slow. So what we did is to assign to each block of CUDA cores one block image of 8 by 8, so that each row of threads of each block has to compute one row of the block image. And moreover, we used the constant memory for the operations which are read only to the process, and then and moreover we used to transfer the data the coalescing transactions to reduce the time devoted to this phase. And let's come to some numerical experiments. Yes, I have under 5 minutes. And first of all, we measured the accuracy of our approach. We compared 4 algorithms. The first 2 are based on the cuBLAS library. In one case, we considered a cuBLAS library applied to 8-bit blocks, while in the version 2 we applied the cuBLAS library to the entire image. And the last two algorithms, the first one is the algorithm by Howell et al. And co-authors of 2016, which is the starting point of our research. And HP app DCT, it is our algorithm where we optimized all the fields. And so, first of all, we measured the accuracy by considering two examples from the literature, quite popular in image reconstruction and reconstruction, which are the cameraman image and also the circuit image. So in both cases, we measured the percentage error energy norm as the number of coefficients are retained from 6 to 10. Of course, the error decreases as the number of retained coefficients increases, and we obtain a similar accuracy both for our algorithm and from the starting algorithm. More or less, we gained also some accuracy, and similar behavior is obtained by considering the circuit image. In this table, we resumed all these results and also compared the compression factor. And of course, as the number of coefficients increases, the accuracy increases too. And in the last column, we mentioned the results obtained by the standard JPEG. We obtained better results, but in this case, a larger number of coefficients are saved. And finally, we compared the results regarding the time of the computation. And with respect to a sequential implementation, in both cases, we obtained quite better results with a very high values of speed up. And in these plots, we compare the computational time of all the parallel algorithms, and we observe that both the last two algorithms obtained better results. But our approach improves the speed up with respect to the starting algorithm, which is the fast DCT. for example, if we consider the last case of images of dimension 8192, we obtain a speed up to 3,340 instead of 240, which was, of course, a good results too. And so finally, to resume our results, we reduced the computational time of 96% compared to Kublas and of 51% with respect to the starting algorithm, which was the fast up. And with respect to the sequential algorithm, we obtained a speed up to 3040. And at the same time, we preserved the accuracy and so preserved the image quality. Our approach can be extended to color images, and moreover, another future development could be the extension of this algorithm for an implementation on open source platforms. That's all. Thank you for your attention. Are there any questions? Or?
Is there any question? No, okay. I have a question. Did you consider to use TensorFlow?
Sorry?
Did you consider to use?
Could you repeat, please?
Do you hear me?
I cannot hear you really clearly. I cannot hear clearly. Can you repeat, please?
Okay. I was wondering if you considered to use TensorFlow.
Okay. Actually, no, but yes, could be interesting to explore these other new extension of this work. No, we didn't actually, but this is a good idea for the future.
Well, actually, I was just curious about what kind of performance one could reach with TensorFlow. Since characteristics of the algorithm maybe benefit. So, what should you do to extend to color images?
Okay. One idea is to consider the three essentially the three matrices of the RGB standard for the color images and to apply to each. But there are I'm aware of the fact that there are some specific techniques which consider also some other features of the color images. So there is maybe some additional work to be done in order to obtain a better algorithm which is specific for color images. So we have still to study this particular case.
Maybe also other parameterization strategies, because
yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay, so for me it's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You don't see me, I think. Probably you. I'm kind of blocked.
I was trying to remove the.
I see myself like reason.
Okay, fine.
Okay. So then thank you very much again, and we can go to the next one that is presented by Samira Escaro. Is it true?
Yeah.
Is it correct? Okay. Hello, Samira. We are very happy to have you here, to have you finish the workshop. So please, you can start.
Yeah. Just a second. Okay. I'm sharing the screen. I hope that you can see it.
Yes. Yes, we see it.
So, good afternoon to everyone. My talk of today is focused on numerical modeling for information diffusion on social media. And as you can see from the title, it is a review of recent works proposed in literature. And actually, it is a joint work with Professors Angela Maria Cardone, Diana Conte, and Beatrice Paternoster from the University of Salerno, and with two researchers, Patricia Diaz de Alba from the University of Cagliari, and Giovanni Pagano from the University of Naples. So, before getting into the technical details of the presentation, I would like to introduce you some motivating applications and that lead to this research. As we know, in recent years, of course, the way of sharing information has changed a lot. We do not have anymore just simple means such as televisions, radio, or newspapers, but information can be spread in several possible ways and through several internet hubs. An example is represented by social networks as Facebook, X, LinkedIn, by blogs and forums, through shopping, content sharing, and gaming sites, and so on. But if on one end it's easy to share information, it's also easy to share fake information. And it has been proved over the years that many social or political events, as for example the American presidential elections on the 2016 or the Brexit, were deeply influenced by the spread out of fake information. So our aim is not just to describe how news are shared through time, but also to predict the moment of the maximum spreading. From a mathematical point of view, it is possible through several means. Among the most promising one, we can mention epidemiological models. These are models based on ordinary differential equations and, as example, the so-called susceptible infectious recovered model proposed by Kermack and McKendrick in 1927. This model divides the population in susceptibles, infectious, and recovered, and it's good at describing how how a virus spread in a population of human beings. In the context of fake news sharing, we would like to apply the same approach. So, as a virus spread in a population of human beings, likewise a news share in a population of virtual users. Of course, we would like also to change a little bit the notation, so we are no longer talking about susceptibles, infectious, or recovered, but we will talk about ignorance, so the individuals who can see a news and share it, spreaders, that are the individuals who share the news, and recovered, that are the individuals who are no longer interested in the process of news sharing. An example is represented by the so-called ignorant spreader model, where, as you can see here from the graph on the right, there is just one transition from the ignorant class to the spreader class. So everyone will somehow share anything related to the considered news. As a group, as the numerical analysis group in Salerno, we focused in recent years on this topic. In particular, in a recent work by D'Ambrosio, Giordano, Motla, and Paternoster in 2021, the process of news sharing has been described by using the ignorant spreader recovered model that you can see here on the left, but in combination with a proper definition of model parameters. Here, the transition between ignorant and spreaders and from spreaders to recovered, namely beta and alpha, are described in terms of the Internet Penetration Index that describes how much a population is connected through the Internet, and in terms of the Human Development Index, that is an index that describes how the ability of a population to recognize fake news. In particular, the authors of this work linked some properties of the model to the velocity of news sharing. In fact, as you can see, by computing the stiffness ratio of the system, they proved that the higher is the stiffness ratio, the faster the news will spread over time. As a group, we also contributed in different directions to this kind of analysis. For example, in 2022 and in 2024, Cardone, Diaz de Alba, and Paternoster exploited a nature-structured formulation of the ISR model in a way that it is possible to catch the dynamics of news sharing also at different level in terms of ages of the users who share the news. Moreover, in recent years, we are also, myself, and in collaboration with Diana Conte, Giovanni Pagano, and Beatrice Paternoster, working on the possible parameter estimation strategy to compute in the best way possible the parameters of the system. So our idea is the following. Let's extract data from a given social network, choose a proper mathematical model, build a data set using this data extracted from the considered social network, and then compute optimized parameters in such a way that, solving again the model, it is possible to make the desired predictions. So we exploited the possible use of several mathematical models. For example, the ignorant spreader recovered model that, as you can see, it's similar to the previous one, but it takes into account a new parameter key that is actually the average number of connection among individuals, and it reformulates the transition between spreader and recovered as a nonlinear term. In fact, it takes into account that the transition from spreader to recovered does not happen because time passes, but because of a confrontation between two spreaders, so that one of them realizes that what is he saying is wrong and transits into the recovery class. But actually, this cannot be enough in some cases to describe the spread of fake news. In fact, fake news generally spread faster than real news, true news. And actually, what it is observed is a sort of distinction between individuals who share the news, the fake news, the so-called spreaders, and the individuals who tries to restore the truth, that we will call counter spreaders. So in 2021, Mullmeyer and Agarwal proposed this ignorant spreader, counter spreader recovery model in order to take into account this, let's say, this scenario. However, again, this cannot be enough, because it does not take into account, for example, that new individuals can enter in the population and share the fake news, or that some individuals can be considered as fake profiles and being blocked. So what was our contribution on a paper published on Journal of Computational and Applied Mathematics? Our contribution is to consider an ignorant spreader, counter spreader recovered model, but with a non-constant population, and where the individuals who are blocked and removed from the population are considered independent with this parameter delta. So we decided to, let's say, to, of course, build a proper data set and a possible approach. Yeah. Sorry, I can't hear.
No, I didn't hear anything.
Okay.
We didn't.
So our possible algorithm that we proposed for data acquisition is based on Twitter developer option and the Python data scraper TwiPy. So this tools provides us the possibility to extract data from Twitter and to reorganize them in such a way that they are quantitative data set possible, and that is possible to use them for our predictions. So before the first moment in which a user tweets with a given hashtag, we consider them in the ignorant class. After the moment of the first tweet and until the moment of the last tweet plus a certain exit time, the users are considered as in the spreader class, while after the moment of their last tweet, they will transit into the recovered class. So once built the dataset, it is fundamental to estimate the parameters of the model. And a possible way is to use the so-called LSQ-in MATLAB built-in function. So the idea is to compute the optimized parameters as the parameters that minimize an error function that is actually the summation of the squared errors computed both on spreaders, so between spreaders and estimated spreaders, and on recovered. And then with the optimized parameters, solve again the ODE system and obtain our predictions. Finally, before getting into the technical part of the talk, I would like to talk also about the numerical method we used to solve the given OD system. In fact, we are talking about individuals, so the solution should be positive. And of course, since we have to compute the solution of the OD system several times, since we have to optimize parameters, the numerical methods we will employ should be not expensive from a computational cost point of view. So our idea is to employ non-standard finite difference schemes that are actually very easy to construct. In fact, starting from a given time interval, they discretize the given time interval and approximate the first order derivative with this ratio, where the involved function psi and phi are actually two non-negative functions, and where in particular the phi, called the denominator function, is an approximation of h, of the time step size h. Finally, we also approximate the nonlinear terms with non-local approximation. For example, following these two rules, we formulated this non-standard scheme for the ICCSA model, and we actually proved that by employing this denominator function, it is possible to obtain a positive scheme for any choice of the step size h. Moreover, we also proved that the employed non-standard scheme is elementary stable. That means that if we compute the equilibria of the continuous model and of the discrete model, they coincide, and also the stability properties are the same. So the method preserves the quality of the continuous model, the solution of the continuous model. So we tested, of course, our strategy, our model, and our methods on real case studies, both on fake news and true news. Why true news? Because some news can be highly debated, so it is possible to recognize spreaders and counter spreaders. In particular, here I am reporting the results for the fake news spread on Twitter with the hashtag DCBlackout back in 2020, related to some possible disorders in the city of Washington, D.C. due to the Black Lives Matter. As we can see, using a very large time step size, the proposed numerical scheme for the ICCSA model is able to provide us a good solution. In fact, while the ICCSA model is able to, let's say, describe accurately the evolution in time of the given news, the ICCSA model better captures the time of the peak of this spread. And this is fundamental because in this case, for example, the news is fake, so we can apply countermeasures to block it before it is actually spread. So, of course, what we are interested in is also the computational time that we observed to be less than a traditional routine provided by MATLAB. And is also if we use the ICCSA and the ICCSA model. So just to quickly wrap up what we have done in these years, we have actually exploited several possible mathematical models, and at the same time also the possibility of using positive, elementary stable, and computationally efficient numerical schemes, observing also that it is possible to formulate them in such a way that we have a lower computational cost with respect to classical routine. Moreover, for the future, we would like also to, let's say, to improve these techniques. So, for example, we would like to also to employ some strategies to better construct the dataset, and at the same time also to investigate the possibility of using higher order non-standard schemes, since they seem to be very promising schemes. So here I would like to report some references used for these talks, and at the same time also on information diffusion models and non-standard schemes. And with this, I would like also to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Amira. Is there any question? Okay, if you don't have question, I have one. If you can go back to the stiffness thing.
Yes. Maybe this one? Okay.
Yeah, more or less. Okay. I'm curious about this. This link between the stiffness and the spread of the information. So I'm curious, could this be something to compare with, for example, in the early stages of diffusion, maybe to activate measures against this diffusion in case, I don't know.
Oh, well, what they observed is that the more stiff the system is, the faster unuse will spread over time. This means that the peak of the spreader class is reached soon, in a very short period of time. So,
yeah, so maybe it can be analyzed.
Sorry?
So maybe, yes, it could be analyzed to...
yes.
How to influence in case this is spreading. Okay. And also about the classification, because I mean, I think that should be kind of important step. Is it manual now, right?
Yeah, the classification in spreader, counter spreader.
Yes.
Yes.
So this means that it can be improved with something like
yes.
automatic. So
absolutely, because here we actually follow an hashtag. So the data we can compute, we can extract from Twitter, from X, are actually searched following a given hashtag. But of course, there is no way to distinguish between counter spreader and spreaders. So it can also be automatized in that sense.
Okay. Okay. For me, it's okay. Thank you very much, Samira. So now we can introduce the last talk. I will see if she's there. It should be. It should be Raffaella. Raffaella.
Hi, Mira. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. We don't see you. Okay, now you will. Welcome to our workshop. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And yes, you can go on, please.
I share my screen.
Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Can you hear me?
We hear you, but we don't see your screen. Oh, maybe we are. This is the screen, right? Yes, but that's we can have screen, so it's a screen. We don't see your presentation.
I try again.
Yes. Please.
Okay. Oh dear.
It's a lot of screen.
Okay.
Okay, we see.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, now we see.
Okay. Thank you very much. I am Raffaella Sapio from University of Campania Luigi Vanvitelli, and today I will present our work entitled Downsampling Strategies for Less Data from High Fidelity CFD Solvers. This work is carried out together with Carmine De Lucia, Andrea Mastellone, Alfonso Matrone from the Italian Aerospace Research Center, and with with Gerardo Toraldo and Ferdinando Zullo from University of Campania Luigi Vanvitelli. The main problem is how to transfer CFD data from a fine grid to a coarser grid while preserving the physical and the numerical meaning of the solution. In particular, we focus on less data produced by finite volume solvers, where the solution is stored as cell averaged quantities, and fluxes are computed at cell interfaces. The motivation is that high-fidelity CFD simulations generate large and complex datasets. In many applications, we need coarse representations of this data. For example, for low-resolution training datasets, surrogate or data-driven models, coupling between solvers, and storage reduction. However, downsampling is not neutral. It changes the resolved field and may affect conservation, statistics, and interface quantities. Therefore, our goal is to compare downsampling operators for less data with attention to finite volume consistency. In computational fluid dynamics, several downsampling strategies exist: mesh coarsening, filtering and volume averaging, adaptive downsampling, and data-driven reconstruction. But the key point is that these strategies are not equivalent. Each one preserves different properties, so the operator must be chosen according to the objective of the analysis. In computational fluid dynamics, downsampling means transferring a flow field from a fine grid to a coarser representation. But this is not the same as simple subsampling, because if we only select one point every few grid points, we discard most of the information inside each coarse cell. So this is not consistent with finite volume data because the stored variables represent averages over control volumes and not pointwise values. For this reason, a meaningful coarse field should preserve conservation properties, large-scale structure, and consistency with the numerical discretization. In fact, the key point is that the downsampling operator directly affects the numerical and physical meaning of the coarse solution. In large-eddy simulation, the flow field is already filtered because large scales are resolved, while unresolved small scales are modeled. In a finite volume solver, the grid also acts as an implicit filter, and the stored solution is cell-averaged. So when we apply downsampling to less data, we introduce an additional filtering step. This step should remain consistent both with the less interpretation and the finite volume structure. In particular, the data considered in this work come from high-fidelity less simulation performed with the Sparkless. Sparkless is a solver developed by Italian Aerospace Research Center, and this solver solves the compressible Navier-Stokes equations using a finite volume formulation on structured Cartesian grids. The variables are cell-centered and stored as volume averages quantities. Since the numerical fluxes are computed at cell phases, a good downsampling strategy should preserve both cell average information and interface-related information. This point is important because the course field is not only a visual representation of the fine data, it should also remain meaningful for the numerical structure of the solver. Now I introduce the grid hierarchy. We denote by omega f the fine grid and by omega c the coarse grid. In particular, in this work, we consider a structure and nested hierarchy. This means that each coarse control volume C is exactly the union of a regular block of non-overlapping fine grid cells. This set is denoted by FC. In particular, the goal is to construct a coarse field from a fine grid by applying an aggregation operator over the fine cells contained in each coarse cell. In particular, for vector fields, the operation is applied component by component. The first operator is arithmetic averaging. For each coarse cell, the coarse value is the average of the fine cell values inside that cell. On uniform grids, this is equivalent to a discrete volume average, and therefore it is consistent with the finite volume interpretation and preserves integral quantities for conservative variables. It can also be interpreted as a discrete low-pass filter because it removes small-scale fluctuations while preserving the large-scale structure. The second operator is distance-weighted averaging. In this case, the coarse value is still a weighted combination of fine cell values, but the weights depend on distance from the center of the coarse cell. Fine cells closer to the center have larger weight, and since the weight are non-negative and sum to 1, they can give a more localized representation, but it is generally not conservative because the weights are based on distance and not on cell volumes. The third and fourth strategies are extrema-based operators. The maximum based restrictions selects the largest value inside each coarse block, while the minimum based restriction selects the smallest value. These operators can highlight high intensity or low intensity regions, and in general they are non-linear and non-conservative. More importantly, they don't provide representative coarse values in the finite volume sense because they select extrema instead of computing an average. In particular, the same downsampling strategies can be applied to interface value. This is important because in a finite volume method, the solution evolves through fluxes at cell phases. Therefore, the quality of a downsampling strategies should be evaluated not only on cell-centered values, but also on interface-related quantities. Now let me summarize the main mathematical properties of the four operators. Here, the word operator means a restriction map from the fine grid field to the coarse grid field. In particular, arithmetic averaging is conservative on uniform grids. Weighted averaging, minimum and maximum don't generally preserve integral quantities. Arithmetic and weighted averaging are linear operators, while minimum and maximum are nonlinear. Both averaging operators are convex combinations, so the course value remains between the local minimum and the maximum. Instead, the extrema-based operators directly attain these bounds. Finally, arithmetic averaging acts as a discrete low-pass filter. Instead, weighted averaging is also smoothing but less uniform. Minimum and maximum may distort the spectral content. We now move to the numerical tests. In particular, the strategies are assessed on less snapshot from the COVO test case, which stands for convection of a vortex. This is a benchmark for convective schemes. In particular, in this test case, a vortex is transported through a periodic domain, and the numerical method should preserve its structure without significant deformation or excessive numerical dissipation. On the right, we can see the mathematical setup that defines the two-dimensional vortex. The stream function defines a localized vertical structure, while the function acts as a cutoff. For our objective, the important point is that COVO gives a clean and controlled flow structure. This makes it suitable for observing how each restriction operator modifies the field when moving from fine to coarse resolution. The numerical data are structured two-dimensional less data. In particular, the fine grid has resolution 160 by 160, while the coarse grid has a resolution 40 by 40. In this case, the downsampling factor is 4 in each spatial direction. The considered variables are the density, the velocity, the energy, and temperature. And the compared operators are mean, weighted, maximum, and minimum. On the right, we can see that we can see the downsampled streamwise velocity filed at the final time step. In particular, the arithmetic mean and distance weighted average produce very similar coarse fields and preserve the main localized structure of the vortex. Instead, the minimum operator emphasizes lower value regions, while the maximum operator emphasizes higher value region. This already suggests that extrema-based operators introduce stronger distortions. This qualitative observation will be confirmed by the quantitative metrics in the following. In particular, to assess the quality of the downsampling strategies, we introduce comparison metrics. The idea is not only to check whether the coarse fields looks similar to the fine one, but also whether it is meaningful for a finite volume CFD point of view. In fact, a good technique should satisfy 3 requirements. It should preserve integral quantities, represent the final values inside each coarse block, and preserve interface quantities as much as possible. In this way, we evaluate the coarse field both as a physical representation and as a possible numerical input for further computations. The first metric is the global conservation error. This matrix compares the total quantity on the fine grid with the total quantity on the coarse grid. In particular, a small error means that the operator preserves the integral content of the field. The second graph consists of block-wise self-centered errors. In particular, for each coarse cell, we compare the coarse value with the fine values inside the corresponding block. These metrics tell us whether one coarse value is a good summary of the fine values inside the corresponding block. The third group is the phase-based errors. These are important because convective and diffusive fluxes are computed through cell interfaces. So this matrix evaluates three aspects: physical consistency, local representativeness, and numerical relevance for flux computations. In particular, the best strategies is the one that gives lower conservation error, low block-wise error, and low phase-based error at the same time. Now let us discuss the results, starting from conservation. The arithmetic mean gives the smallest conservation errors. In particular, the error is close to machine precision. The weighted average is close in some cases, but it is not exactly conservative. Minimum and maximum give larger errors. For rho v, the relative conservation error is less informative because the total integral is close to 0. And for this reason, we also consider block-wise and phase-based errors. In this case, arithmetic averaging and distance-weighted averaging give the lowest errors. This means that both provide a good local representation of fine grid data. Instead, the extrema-based operators show larger errors. And this confirms that selecting only minimum or maximum value inside each block is not sufficient to represent the fine grid field consistently. The analysis, the analysis shows that arithmetic averaging provides the best overall performance. It is conservative on uniform grids and gives low block-wise and phase-based errors. Distance-weighted averaging is a close alternative. It can provide a more localized representation, but it doesn't guarantee strict conservation. While minimum and maximum are less suitable for consistent state transfer. In the end, the COVO test case shows that downsampling operators are not interchangeable. Applied to the same fine grid data, they produce coarse fields with different physical and numerical properties. The main conclusion is that arithmetic averaging is the most reliable strategy among the tested methods. Therefore, it is the most consistent choice for building coarse-less fields from high-fidelity finite volume CFD data. As next steps, the analysis will be extended to three-dimensional test cases to assess the operators on a fully three-dimensional vortex dynamics and richer interaction between scales. Another possible direction is the investigation of adaptive downsampling approaches for CFD data. There are some references, and thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Raffaele. And then question for Raffaella? No, it said no. So I have something to ask. I'm not an expert, but what about? It looks to me that you mainly refer to Cartesian grids. Or what if they are non-uniform grid or non-Cartesian grids? Did it work the same way?
I think that I understand.
Yes.
No, on non-Cartesian grids, I don't know if it works because at the state of art we try only on Cartesian grids. This is a next step.
Okay. That's, again, because I'm not an expert, but there's any chance to try to mix the min-max approach and this average approach, maybe, for example, at the coarse grid, maybe you can use the average, the mean, and you can add the min-max. I'm thinking of data driving models or super resolution models, just as something to add. But I don't know if it's possible or if you already consider this. I mean, a kind of hybrid approach.
Yeah. Can you repeat, because I don't understand.
I'm thinking of a hybrid approach using both the mean and the min-max strategies. Maybe you could use like I'm imagining. I'm imagining like you the mean on the coarse grid and having the possibility of the min-max evaluation, maybe for particular kind of models. I don't know, like as a possibility. I don't know.
Yes, it is a good idea, and we work on it because the problem is only that the downsampling operators may be consistent with the finite volume method. So this is a good idea, but to try on it.
Okay. So thank you again.
Thank you for the questions.
And so I'm thinking this is the end. And so I want to thank you all of you again to be with us and to attend the workshop. Thank you for your work. Thank you for your papers. Thank you for your presence. And so maybe let's meet again and then at the next conference or workshop.
Bye.
Thank you very
much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Ciao. Ok. Questa cosa ce la potevamo fare alla stanza, stavo pensando. No, perché arrivare alle 2 qua è stato veramente delirante.
Un caldo terrificante.